pretend like I was actually ready for this. Hi, Baroska. Good morning. I am, of course, totally set up today. Okay. Yes. All right. I'm going to start with a blend because I didn't want to start with a blend yesterday. How? Oh, yeah, I can prep. It's more like, I'm prepped, I can go live, and then I'm like, no, I'm not really prepped. Puppy? What? Oh. You didn't actually eat your breakfast, did you? Then we'll let the puppy out of the room because she didn't eat her breakfast yet, and now she's upset at herself. Okay. Here we are. I took a shower this morning, so I'm very put together. One, 2, 3, 6. Good morning, Kristen. How are you feeling today? One, 5, 3, 6, 5. There you go. Like my last floss tube video, I've gotten a lot done. I'm so close to finishing the background. I have mostly just down here. There's a little bit, you can't see it, but there's a little bit up here. Otherwise, it's gotten some extra time than it normally does. Because it's like the pull to the finish at this point. Even though it's not really a finish because I still have the entire girl to do. It still has that kind of a feeling to it. Wow, my stuff is everywhere. It can be bedtime if you need it to be. Unfortunately, Alara, I know that it can't be yet. But we are here to keep you company for the majority of the day. I think I need a minimum of 9 hours today. Yeah. If I get 9 hours in today, then I just need 3 tomorrow, and I can only do a maximum of 3 tomorrow, so. Just got your first pain med, so it's gonna take a half hour or so before they take effect. you got some stitching done yesterday. That is good. It does have this feeling of a finish. So we're going with it. Hi, Michelle. I'm really hoping to finish the background today. I really, really would like to see it done. And then I can work on a different project. Good morning, Rachel. How long did it take the kiddo to fall asleep last night? Hey, Roxanne. I've not ever tried a nerd hoop. I just happen to have a lot of these kind of hoops on hand, so I use them when I need to. I usually use Q-snaps. Hi, Bex. Pavlova for breakfast, you're winning. He went down as soon. Well, that's good, Rachel. There's a symbol on this chart. It's a black box with a white circle inside of it. And I'm highlighting with pink, but for some reason that symbol, my brain always thinks that it's stitched. And so I just get confused sometimes when I'm looking at the pattern. I'm like, but that's not what my stitching looks like. It's fine, it's fine. You wanted to skip the gym today, but with your food choices, you didn't think so. I mean, Pavlova and the gym. Sounds like, yeah. Good morning, Shauna. You're learning to stitch while laying on your side. Kristen, necessity breeds invention, right? Hey, girly. A good grandma. Hmm. Yes. Kids find those things fun, though. So, it's all good. It is a morning, Alara. Not that it feels like that to you, but it is a morning. Well, yes, sometimes just getting the kids to eat, that's the accomplishment, so. Are you with them? Have you been with, oh yeah. Have you been with them all day? Oh, Alara, you should tell them your rabid ferret. Nighttime. Your nighttime rabid ferret. Ferret. Oh my gosh, I can't say the things apparently. Because that comment did make me laugh, even though I hate the no sleep for you. Yeah, yes, that thing. Isn't the mentality of that like the mental image? It's both funny but also like so sadly serious. I stayed up later than I probably should have, talking to Mushu. But it was good, so I'm not complaining about that. I really hope, though, Valera, that your body like processes what it needs to process so that you can sleep again. How is Miles doing, Shauna? Because you said that his tonsils were inflamed, right? I hate the skin crawling feeling. Like, it makes me want to rip my skin off. It's worse when that feeling happens in a plane. Maybe that's why to me, it's like I want to rip my skin off, because it's like, it's not like the surface layer, it's inside. It's been a while since I've had that feeling, and I'm okay with that. I haven't eaten yet today. I still feel like I'm waking up. Like a meditation kind of a thing. Survival mode is hard. It just is. No ear infection, but also no strep. This is normally how I see. But if... so he can't really be treated for anything because they don't have a thing yet. You'd think that a doctor, though, would be able to say if it's swimmer's ear or not. I've heard that getting the tubes can be really, really helpful. Yeah, I think I've just always heard tubes being such a great... I'm trying to remember if I've ever heard anybody ever say, like, tubes were terrible. It didn't help me at all. Michelle, what day do you leave for your cruise? Twenty-ninth. Right before the end of the month. Do you have anybody that can come and sit with you, Shauna? Or do the COVID regulations still prevent any extra people from being there? Yes, Michelle, that was the second thought. Because I do feel like in some cases having somebody in person is really helpful, but you know, if you can't get in person, then there's us. Last time only one, yeah. Well then, Discord it is, Shauna. Give us like a few days heads up or something. I know the regulations are a bit looser here, but maybe not in the hospital. I don't know, I haven't been. Shauna. Do you remember when I talked about like they had to give me oxygen during a consultation for a procedure that wasn't even mine? So there are some things we can't control in like this. And it's not really something like just any surgery or procedure in general. Like, that's not really a thing that you want to feel like normal about. You know? Like, you don't want to have to either go through it or watch your children go through it enough times to where you're like, oh, I'm comfortable with this. He's been practicing all day. Philip, take it away. Good morning, Kristen. Oh, I don't know about that. Getting tonsils out, like, does that change your voice? I wouldn't have thought of that. I just don't know. We done with the fox's head? Excellent. You are moving so fast on that one, girly. Like you just started it. Quieter might not be a bad thing. Like it's a forced break sometimes. I was, yeah. It's so much faster stitching this today than it was last night. Two-handed stitching for the win. You want to be starting the next one. Are you doing the swans next, girly? That's the next winter one. You can't beat popsicles and ice cream. Nope, not when it's like doctor's orders, you know? Ooh, 16% on Tiana. I saw your picture on Instagram, I think. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven. What's your goal on that? On Tiana? $4,500 stitches. That's a good chunk, actually. You want to do the raccoon, then the ferret. The ferret, for some reason, I love the yellow flowers in the ferret one. I already lost count what I was doing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Good. 7 it is. 451 to go. You're almost done. You've almost got it. What am I doing? 1, 2. I want to bust out another finish. The problem is the more small projects I finish, the less small projects I have to finish. And then I'm just then I just have bigger ones. And I guess medium ones. I consider this kind of a medium one, Woodland. Hey, Silver. How have you been today? That was a little Nisa. Ice cream and Paw Patrol. That's good when you're watching the live. All right, Shauna. I hope your work day is a good one. How many stitches? I don't know. The whole girl part. It's a paper pattern. I have no idea how many stitches are left. I couldn't even tell you how much of the background is left. It's just this much. Plus a little up here. I still haven't watched any of Bluey, but I just hear so many good things. My two sisters with littles love it. My puppy's asking to come back in. Maybe that means she ate her breakfast. Tumbleleaf? I've not heard of Tumbleleaf. My child's also 13, so I mean this makes sense, but I've not heard of Tumbleleaf. Zan, it's been forever. How are you? Possibly moving to Australia next year, so prepping the Aussie accent. Which part of Australia are you maybe going to? me let my puppy in before she, I don't know, scratches like a maniac. Want to go to Melbourne, but work says Sydney. I mean, you do kind of have to go where the work says, right? Lara, I hope you're seeing all of this and not feeling terrible mom today, okay? No kidding. Like, that's not just a trip, that's living. Is it like meeting all the documentation and stuff that will determine whether you go or not? He's still sleeping. Okay, but at some point he's not, and then you're gonna feel guilty, and it's okay. Just saying, it's okay. She's not gonna pass out during the day. She's the only one there with the little guy. Alara, see how much everybody else is of the mindset of me? Like, you're not a bad parent for electronic parenting sometimes. It's a thing. Requirements are a positive skills assessment. This entails getting bank statements. 12 years? What? Wow. Absolutely, Michelle. That's what I said. Sometimes survival wins and it's not bad. He's watching too. You're gonna think about making waffles, Rachel? Zan is South Africa. Yeah, there she is. South Africa. With a baby who's no longer a baby, but was adorable when she was a baby. I'm sure she still is adorable. Not like, yeah, contacting your ex-husband is not ever like, they're exes for a reason, you know? We really are all over the world. It's fantastic. It's a nightmare today. Is it ever too early for children to learn the skill that, like, I don't know, boredom is okay sometimes? And it's not always my fault as the parent or my responsibility as a parent to alleviate your boredom. She's young. She is young, that's true. So, and you can't just request from the location of your marriage to get a like certified copy. Like, you should be able to get a certified copy without, at least I think you should, no matter what country that happened in. Because, I mean, like, what if he was dead? You wouldn't be able to contact him then. You should have another way of acquiring the documentation besides talking to him. No, kids definitely don't think that it's good, but that's okay. They don't have to think that it's good. It can be the wisdom of the parent. You need an original copy of his ID, and then you can apply for another license? You know, I hate that for you. I hate that so much for you. I hate when there is like a tie to somebody that you clearly don't want a tie to. Like, because, like, what if he was dead? How would you get a copy of his ID? Ugh. Yeah, or abusive. I mean, I went to death instead of abuse, but yes. You can get the divorce decree, but you can't get the license. Like, ugh. I mean, I feel like you should be able to get any documentation that you need that is related to you on your own. Like, why should you have to rely on somebody else to get something that is yours anyway? Like, that marriage license is yours just as much as it is. And so, yeah, right. Like, why do you need both people for a document that is no longer in place in the first place? Uh, I will give her a pet, Alara, when she stands up again, because she's fussy. Like, moved to New Zealand, Silver? Sport rivalry. That's funny, Zan. I'm gonna visit New Zealand one day with Mushu. And while I'm there, I'm gonna go see Nick, at least, because she's the only one I know in New Zealand. I think I know just one. I think I know just one person in New Zealand. But I feel like there's another one. Oh, there's someone who's pregnant. I can see her face. Little by Piku. Isn't she Australian? Little by Piku, whose name I can't think of right now. Your coworkers from New Zealand? From New Zealand and living in Canada? Or like, are they also working from New Zealand? Lives it. Okay. From New Zealand, living in Canada. I want to go to New Zealand for like um I mean it's beautiful. It's New Zealand and Lord of the Rings. Have you missed much? Hi Leanne. No? Nope. Just chatting, chill, like meandering our way through this Saturday. Um, I hear that Warner Brothers is remaking the Lord of the Rings movies. And I hold out no hope that it's going to be better than the Peter Jackson ones. I'll probably still watch them, but I don't know. I'm very hesitant. Good morning, Catherine. It's cold and rainy. Michelle's got rain as well. Yeah. Mushu tells me this last night. He said he just found out yesterday. Um, that Warner Brothers is remaking it. That Peter Jackson and his team has been like consulted, but they're not working on the project. And Elijah Woods thinks that it's all going to be about like making Kate. Okay, Kate, I will. You might have to remind me a few times. Um, I'll do my best. And anyway, Elijah Woods thinks that it's just going to be more about making money than it is about making a good movie. We talked about that too, Rachel, about Harry Potter is going to be remade too, I'm sure. It's just a way to make money. I mean, Lord of the Rings, yeah, it's 20 years old, but it's so well done. And they didn't do a fantastic job with The Hobbit, to be honest. It does sound like Warner Brothers. Yeah. So, I hold out no hope for it to be good, and that makes me sad. I mean, like, really, can I imagine anybody besides Vigo as Aragorn? And, like, Pippin and Merry? Like, it was too good. Right. Remake really old movies. 20 years is not a really old movie yet. Timeless is a really good word. Like, I don't feel like those movies are dated yet. No, The Hobbit was not as good as Lord of the Rings. For some good reason. I mean, they took a children's book and tried to make it into 3 movies. Like, that on its own, it just wasn't. Yeah, I would love to see them do a better job on The Hobbit, but People put up a lot of stink though about the Rings of Power when that was getting made. Like there was a lot of like, is it just going to turn out to be something like Game of Thrones kind of a thing? And that didn't change them from doing it. Samwise Granger. Now we're mixing Lord of the Rings and Harry Potter together. It's coming together, Silver. I enjoyed the Hobbit series, but they had to add in so much in order to make it 3 movies. And it doesn't have like the depth of the um like the lore of Lord of the Rings as Lord of the Rings does. No, I actually haven't seen Rings of Power yet, but I do. It's on my list. I just don't watch a lot of stuff. I just don't. It's on my list of things to watch, but that list is long. I have heard that it was good and that I should watch it. Um, I just haven't. It's not your world. I think that once June happens, like when May is finished, a lot of my time opens up. Like a lot of my evenings, there's no more dance classes in the evenings, there's no recital to prepare for. Like chorale is done at the end of this month, dance is done at the end of next month, and June feels like really open. Girly Rings of Power, it's Amazon did um, a Lord of the Rings. Well, their source material were appendices of the Silmarillion. So the Middle Earth world, but not the Lord of the Rings world. It's like Galadriel's um, like origin story, I guess you could think of it. Granted, I think I heard that Galadriel, especially near the beginning, like the way that they wrote her, was not one of the strongest parts of the Rings of Power, but I think they just tried to go too feminist with her. Something like that. I'm saying that having not watched it, and just from talking with people who have watched it. It's never enough money in this world for these movie makers. Like the entertainment industry in general is huge. And it doesn't mean that good things don't come out. It's just that sometimes that's not the motivation. and then, I don't know, you don't make as much money as you would if you just made a very excellent quality movie or TV show. American loyalty? I mean, royalty? Oh, the moneymakers. I was like, what's American royalty? Is that a show? It might be, but I understand now, Alara. Everybody's got to do their own take on it. It like I actually really liked Disney doing all their live action ones. I haven't seen all of them by any means, but the ones that I have seen, I really liked that they took it, but like definitely did a different spin on it. It's like with Cinderella, you had a lot more of like the stepmother's history and feeling. Um, and like Maleficent was Sleeping Beauty, but from a completely different perspective. Um, and I did like that they did that. You're going on a sneaky shopping trip to buy a birthday cake. Oh, well, happy birthday to your husband. Kiddo said to trick him and give him a potato with a candle in it. That sounds like a fun thing to do. And then you could say the kid said to do it. How could I say no? There's something like about being Bulgaria. I haven't read it yet, but I have all the books on borrow from Alara. Mashed potato cake. That could be tasty though. Mashed potatoes with cheese and bacon. Um, about copying things in the creative world. Like the AI stuff has becoming bigger and bigger lately, right? And I'm not a fan of the AI generated images that are getting charted as cross stitch things. Like, there was no effort on a creator's part for that, except the creator's works that went into creating the AI inputs. Like, AI only knows really what it's been fed, and it's been fed like hundreds and thousands, etc., of um, other artists' work, and the AI takes all of these other artists' works and combines it to create other artwork based on prompts that it's given. And yet all those original artists' work, I don't know, like it's not being credited in any way. But people are able to like sell and make money based on running a prompt through an AI generator. Like they did nothing for that. I don't know. It bothers me. All of Narnia. Like nobody can make it through all of Narnia. Silver. Oh, I am a firm believer in Narnia from a chronological, not chronological, but publication order. I firmly believe that you enter Narnia through the wardrobe. But I think it could be done. And anyway, that's my 2.5 cents. Well, I've seen, we talked about, a while back, we talked about the Christmas freebie from Heaven and Earth Designs, right? The Santa one, where he's got like 6 fingers or something. Like his hands are messed up. It's not the only thing that's messed up in that graphic, but it's definitely part of it. I'm not against chronological once you've been introduced to Narnia. Only that initial introduction I feel like really needs to happen through the wardrobe. And once you're done that, like whatever, read it chronological, it's fine. I think I know which one you're talking about, Rachel. I saw it um a lot. It was limited. They only had permission for like a very limited amount of like patterns they could sell of it. Alara, do you still have the picture of the Christmas one? You could pop it in the Discord. I have it. I have it somewhere. I do have it. I have the chart. Which reminds me, I never went to the Facebook page to get that freebie everyone was talking about. Alara, don't do it. Narnia first. Plus, the first book's really kind of boring if you're not familiar with anything anyway. I shouldn't say it's boring, but it's not really a good introduction. Deleted it off the camera roller. It's fine. I've got it somewhere, but for a child, it's not this the right introduction. This is something I will not be convinced otherwise on. You are obviously free to do what you want, but I will judge you for it. I haven't had time yet, girly. I haven't had time to look at anything in there yet because I went from live streaming to talking to Mushu to sleeping to waking up and yeah. Magician's Nephew is your most favorite book in the whole series. Ben, I'm still not going to say you should start with it, but I love you. Because it's not public, it might not show the views, girly. I'm not positive on that one, but don't watch the Sleep No More trailer. It's creepy. Wait, but if I'm going to consider going to Sleep No More, shouldn't I watch the trailer? You knew nothing when you went. Ah. Hi, puppy. 1, 5, 3, 6, 5. Sleep No More is an. Hold on. We talked about this last night. It is a interactive theater where you go in a 5-story building and run around for 3 hours with complete strangers. I don't know where my needle went. It's gone. It's a deconstructed Macbeth, and Michelle and Donna both loved it. And they basically have me convinced to go. Rachel does not want to go on a date unless she's got a couple drinks in her. But I think it would be really cool to make it like a 6-hour date and you go and you could be super flirty with your date like whenever you do see them. And then afterwards you go out to dinner and you talk because you both have had completely different experiences in this play and then you can like talk about like your different experiences and it's great. In my mind, that's how a date with Sleep No More would go. Okay, I need to figure out what happened to my needle. Like, seriously, where'd it go? Oh, where is my needle? Found it! That's what you did, but it was a double day. Double day would work even better, I think, because then you get like the 4 different perspectives in like the aftermath. whatever you're gonna call it afterwards. I would do it. How about that, Rachel? How about a double date? We'll have to meet up in New York City to do it, though. I don't know. Maybe it's somewhere else. Oh, no. There we go. A double date is fine, even if you end up getting like separated from everybody. Someone always has a solution here, Alara. Well, you'd be able to find other people. That's what they say. Like, once you're in, if you find other people that you know, you can then stay together. So, there's that. But there's now more of a chance that you'll find somebody that you know because there's 4 of you instead of just 2 of you. Michelle, I absolutely read that as him licking your frame. Wow. Perhaps finding the people you know could be part of the fun, too. Though I definitely can see why um, it would not work out for some people. Like, anxiety could be too much. Yeah, I could see it not being an experience that people don't want. Like, definitely right now, I'm like, oh, this sounds like fun. But 6 months ago, I wouldn't have said that that sounded like fun. I would have been really tentative about it. And a year ago, I probably would have been like, I don't think so. Hi, Suki. I've had a meal shake. I do have a muffin sitting next to me, but I haven't eaten it yet. You were braver than I was 8 or 9 years ago, Michelle. Supposed to tap out all the things around me. Everybody surround me, all the bad news. Like, it's approaching 10 o'clock. My body still feels like it's waking up. And I think it's just because I didn't have as much sleep as I would have preferred to have. But it was definitely for good reason, so. You went in the opposite direction from me, Rachel. Yeah, I was not happy 5 years ago at all. No matter what you've been through, here you are. No matter if you think you're falling apart, it's gonna be okay. We're all at different places. It's really, what I say like whatever, and I just mean that in like a, I don't know, a very accepting way. Because it is like, aside from Narnia and publication order, it is like completely fine to be wherever it is that you are. It is just where you are, and you're not worth any less because you have anxiety or depression or bipolar or I don't know, chronic fatigue or fibromyalgia. Like, you're not any less of a valuable person because you don't fit some preconceived idea of what normal should look like. Hi, puppy. This is from Alara. What's that? Only problem is Alara doesn't know that once you start getting pet, you just want pets all the time. Or rabid ferrets. There you go. It's okay. It really is. It doesn't make you a bad person or an awful person or like a failure or anything like that. It just means you're a human and you deserve the same amount of like unconditional acceptance as anybody else. Can you imagine what the world would be like if more people could practice that kind of unconditional acceptance? Like, that's very different from tolerance, which I think is talked a lot about in society. But tolerance isn't the same thing as acceptance. And acceptance isn't the same thing as agreement because you can accept without agreeing. Those are different things. You're okay, Pip. I think it would be a beautiful thing to see happen more in the world. Pip is a half border collie, half golden doodle. She's hold on. 3. Yes, she's 3 now. She's 3. My other dog, who's not here, she's with Kaylin and her dad. Um, she's a golden doodle and is 4. Yeah, 4. All right, Silver. Talk to you later. Your your pup keeps hearing mine whimper. My dogs hardly react when it's through technology, but if it's outside, not her. Pip doesn't, but Elisar does. Pip wants some extreme attention right now, though. Like, she can't decide if she wants in here or out of here. She's probably wondering when we're gonna go on a walk. It's probably what it is. To go along with the acceptance thing, why can't no just be taken as a no? Especially men towards women, but I'm sure it happens in many other situations. Like, why does there have to be like some further explanation in order for no to be a no? Can't a no just be respected? I'm very much feeling this right now. Because it makes you feel like you have to, like, I guess it kind of goes back to that Jehovah's Witness conversation we were having yesterday, but in a different context, one that freaked me out way more than Jehovah's Witnesses is creepy, but there was another situation that was happening yesterday that, like, really freaked me out. Like, Mushu had to talk to me on the phone and calm me down, kind of freaking out. But like, when somebody kind of forces you to be like almost rude in your directness. Rachel, if you got a puppy right now, like, you're insane. Definitely wait until you calm down. Like, the puppy needs stability, and moving is not that. Like, set up your new house, then look at getting a puppy. Definitely don't get it now. Now is a terrible time. Yeah, I hate that, Kristen. I so much. Like, I'm sorry, what somebody else wants to do does not override what you are comfortable with. Even if it's from an adult or a better. Okay, you want to, okay, I will let you out. I will let you out. Again. I'm really enjoying these muffins. They have bananas and nuts, so that makes it healthy, right? I'm not sure that there's an easy, like, blanket better way. Also, kids do push boundaries, right? It's normal to encounter like a boundary and then want to push against it, right? And I think that that continues on as adults too. Like, oh, you said no, but let's just check and make sure that that's what you really meant. I actually really like that, Rachel, because he was willing to accept it without understanding. And depending on their relationship, it might be good to for them to have that conversation of why it was she didn't like it. Um, like that could open a really good dialogue. Kids, but also like I don't know, like adults too, right? Because if we don't allow children to say no and it be honored, then we grow up to adults who feel like they can't say no because it's never been honored. They had to always cater to somebody else, regardless of their comfort level. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't know. Sometimes no is the whole sentence, Kate. And it ought to be accepted as such. There shouldn't have to be the explanation. There could be the explanation, but there shouldn't have to be. Right, that's what I'm thinking. Like there's not like a blanket rule. And definitely parenting is different from like an adult to another adult. Um, which is the situation that has me kind of fired up about this. Um, but yeah, there's um, responsibility and consideration. It's not just like, oh, this is what I want, whatever. It's not just that. There's just not like one thing. It's multiple things, and each situation, I don't know. Right, Kate. And then when you set that boundary of this is not okay with me, so if you do this, I'm going to have to do this. Like I'm going to have to remove myself from that situation. Then they want to push against that boundary. Like all of a sudden you're like, "Oh, there's something there that wasn't there before. Let's see if that's really or let's see if I can get you to bend again." But this is how we have situations like abusive situations, sexual trauma situations, because somebody didn't want to take no as an answer. That wasn't the legitimate answer because they didn't like that answer. Oh, tickling, Kristen. Yeah, I'm not a fan of tickling whatsoever. As soon as there is a no involved in tickling, that's it. Be done. Do you have another needle you can try, Kate? I would try another needle first. Meanwhile, I keep forgetting that I'm stitching. Let it be known that I cry. That needle's personality. You never know. Oh, it's windy. I think a thunderstorm is coming in today. I don't know, maybe your needle got like a little rough patch or something. I don't know. One, two, three, four, five. What advice would you give someone who's dealing with people trying to change their minds on a decision that they've made? Kind of along this similar vein of not accepting a no, but it might be a different decision that's not like a no answer, right? But it's still not a decision that they like, and they think that you should be making something different. And so that's what you're facing. Like what advice would you give somebody who's in that situation? I'm making you guys think today. Thanks, but I'm not looking for advice. Yeah, I like that one. If I change my mind, I will reach out. Would you would you be willing to explain your, like, how you came to your decision? I have my own reasons for making this decision. It's important to me that you respect my decision. I like that. If you can't respect my decision, I feel like you can't respect me. I really like that one. If I don't understand your errors, Michelle, I will let you know, but I've figured the most out. I feel like for me there's kind of this line of if if somebody, they say they want to listen, but it's really only so they can like counter with how I'm wrong or why I should be doing something different, then that they're not really listening, and why is it worth my breath to then explain to them? Why is it that your feelings are more important than mine? Is a very good thing to try to make people think about. Because I think this is what happens. So when I separated from my ex, I didn't really put it out there anywhere because I didn't care whether people knew or didn't know. Um, but in the religion I grew up in, it's very much looked down upon to leave a marriage, to break that up. You're very much judged for it and saying that, like, you just didn't try hard enough. You didn't rely on Jesus enough. You didn't try the right things. Like, there's a lot of that kind of a judgment, or like, you just didn't endure long enough. And so when people who have those kind of beliefs find out that you are separated and you're going to be divorced, or you are divorced, then they want to know things like, but you should have just done this, but you should have, but you must not have. Like, like they create all of these assumptions, and they think that you made the wrong decision to leave that marriage. Like, it's not an acceptable outcome to them. And so I can see asking somebody like that, why is it that your feelings are more important than mine? They'd be like, well, God said so, right? They bring in religion into it. Um, when religion really doesn't have much to do with trauma, in my opinion. Right. People are allowed their different opinions. They just don't have to tell you what they are. I am super loving these. I truly am. Because I think having these questions, Kate, this is what I'm loving about what you're saying, is that you're asking the questions. Like, you're not just giving them what they want, like, they want your answers. And you're not just doing that. Michelle, you're saying, like, the same thing. You don't know my experience. You don't know what it was like. You know the public view, but you didn't live it. How would you know what that was like? How do you know the effects that have built up in my body? How do you know? You weren't there. You didn't live it. You didn't experience it. I like that because I do struggle with like the people who feel like they need to explain. And if they could just explain it, people would understand. Because I don't believe that's true. Well, I'd also, Rachel, wouldn't guarantee that the people in the relationship know the whole story or are willing to face the whole story. It took my ex months before he could face that he had a hand in the not good situations of our marriage, right? Oh, see, Michelle, you're saying the same thing. Like, he lived a different marriage than I lived. He didn't experience the same things I experienced, and he had a very hard time accepting that my view of the marriage was very different from his view of the marriage. Huh. Oh, it's all good, Rachel. Yeah, this is this is very good. Because I don't think I'm against, like, yes, you can explain if you want to explain, but when it's a situation where they don't care about your explanation, they just care that your decision is not the one they think that you should be making, then there's got to be a different approach than, well, let me try to explain so that you understand. To me, that's not a healthy boundary for an individual. Even if you're willing to do it, that doesn't mean that it's good. So this is going to help me a lot when I am advising. I'm the one who said the divorce is happening, right? Like, there's going to be somebody who's saying the divorce is happening, and it's not necessarily the same person who caused the problems in the first place. And it's a great thing it's not their marriage, right? I do think so, right? Like my ex, he lived a different marriage than I did. That's Suki, that's exactly what it was. I think a great marriage is when the difference isn't so big. Like, you're still going to live a different marriage because you're just a different person than the other person. But how big is the discrepancy, you know? Right, Kate. They don't care why you made the choice. They just care that it's not the choice that they wanted you to make. And I can see why, like, in a divorce situation, right? I can see why your spouse may be like, but I don't like this decision. And it's another thing for outside people to say that. Well, I don't like your decision. Like, who cares what you don't like? You're not part of this decision, except it makes you feel weird and awkward and uncomfortable. Get over it. Stop apologizing, girly. It's as simple as that. You don't need to apologize. Thank you for answering, everybody. This is going to be very helpful. Kate, now you're getting into like the snarky comments. I love it. Like, it's both very serious, but like, it's got like that touch of snark to it that I'm digging. No, I love it. Because maybe that's what some people need to realize. Like, I tried to be gentle. I'm done being gentle now. Go back and read all of this. Can you see? Can you see the comments, Mushu? Don't read all of it. Just read the part. I mean, I would never want to attack somebody else's life decisions. But it's their life, not my life, right? Okay. Please read them. Mushu. I love you. Um, yeah. Wait, Alara, I didn't tell him what you think of. I'm not sure he'll appreciate the Mr. Pork. It's the wrong. Kate. Now you're fully letting that snark out. That's funny. Oops, I just dropped my pattern. Alara can directly message you, Mushu. Why Mr. Pork? Alara, I think with Mushu, you're granted a special status, okay? Kate's on a roll here with her. with her, this is how I would dress people who can't let other people live their lives. The mirror effect is a powerful thing, I think. For sure. You know, have you seen the like shorts or reels where it's like, you know, if single people talk to their married friends the way married friends talk to their single people, or parents with kids versus parentless kids, things like that. Thank you, love. You like my shirt? Yes, you do. Girly, you have more than 5 reasons because the village is much larger than 5 reasons, and we would miss you if you were not around. Oh, my needle won't go up. I will I will give the reminder as often as needed, girly. Alara can vouch for that. So can Mushu. And probably everybody else. Where am I going in this pattern? Let it be known. I don't know. I don't know. Over here? Over here. We got it. Kristen. I'm not a sports person. For the reference, I am very neutral. But Mushu is not neutral. We will not argue sports here. I know you don't. I'll talk to you later. As long as you read the comments, you're good here. Okay? Y'all can argue directly with him, but let's just not do it in my presence, okay? I don't do contention. But I do enjoy watching him light up about sports. That's what I like about sports, is watching and listening to him light up about it. Sometimes it's not a ball though. I mean, he is a disc golfer, and so it's sometimes a frisbee, not just the ball. Girly, I'm ridiculously in love. And I don't care one bit that it's ridiculous. I will say he was do the thing when the point um I will say that he was concerned that making comments here would like shift a dynamic here. Girly. um like he was having a hard time putting into words, but essentially like just shift a dynamic because it's different. But I was like, look, you don't actually have the power to shift the dynamic in this space. If you couldn't fit in, then you would not be with me. Like, because this is an extension of me. So I was like, don't like not comment just because you feel like you're introducing this new dynamic. I was like, I promise you, they don't mind. You don't mind, right? Do you guys mind? I hope not. So, yeah. Hi, Pauline. Exactly, Kristen. Exactly. I was like, I've never been anything but real and authentic here. You'd rather he come. I told him like I don't care if you're lurking because there's always lurkers here. Like that's fine. You have no power here. I literally told him like I'm sorry, but you don't have that kind of power. You have a lot of power, but not that kind of power. Yeah. Um and he totally understands that. Um but yeah, I was like, you can lurk if you want to lurk because that's what people do. But like, I kind of love knowing that you're there. I kind of love knowing that you're there. Like, yeah, I agree. He is, um, he's fantastic, guys. He really is. You just had like the worst introduction to him. Hi, Joe. It's going great. I'm very focused on stitching. Can you tell? Golly. This is what happens in 24 hours of cross stitch. It's probably much more like 18 hours of cross stitch and like 4 hours of like I'm sitting with my cross stitch. I really do love my lurkers. It's just that I also really love that Mushu um, wants to engage in my world because it's mine. Like, he's not trying to take over or anything. He's, but he cares. He loves seeing the community interaction. Um, like it's one thing for him to hear about you guys from me, and it's another thing for him to like really to see it and engage in it. Joe. Kristen, can we get him into the stitching world? Yes, we can. I fully believe that he would give it a go. That's very true, Rachel. It is very much a way for there to be that connection and presence. Yeah. I think he was. There might have been a bit of worry there. Yes. Um, but I was like, but they love me, and because I love you, like they're gonna be very protective, right? You know. But that doesn't mean that they're not going to be accepted. Because I have an amazing community. So, yeah. Do I know what color I'm stitching? E. I do. Alara can absolutely vouch for him. There was a time in January where she was like in communication with him, and I was like, there was like a part, she's like, he's not impressing me. I'm like, okay, but he's so good. So I understand that he's not gonna now, but I hope that he can change your mind one day. I promise he's not stalking, but I also don't want him to lurk. And I don't feel like he needs to. I don't think he wants to. Here's the thing. He doesn't want to lurk. He just felt like maybe he should so that he's not shifting like a dynamic here. Like, how could you shift a dynamic here? kind of cute how nervous he is about it. Nervous might not be the right, but he does have a bit of a worry. He was afraid of your pitchforks and torches. Yeah, he was like, what if they all come after me like Alara? Said, well, had they had access to him in January, there would have been pitchforks and torches. Pauline, somebody, I'm trying to remember who. Somebody told me that they don't often, they're not often able to be here live, but they will always go back and watch the replays, and they really love mine as opposed to other people's because it is so very like conversational, even if you're not here live. And I think that's great. That it is normal, it's comfortable for everybody. Like, yeah. And I like that. So even those even people who go back and watch on the replay still say it feels so comfortable and conversational and at ease. So that's cool. I'm literally just being authentic. Joe, if people knew how to contact him, I am easily at least a dozen people would have. Easily. I like engaging with people. I do. I have zero need to be like the person here, like the face of this, but I mean, somebody needs to create the space, I guess, right? Good morning, Chrissy. He's been a very big supporter of this part of my life. He really has been. And no, he does not want to impact it negatively. And I don't, I'm like, you didn't even have the power to impact it negatively when January happened. So, like, me coming here in that, like, time of hurt and pain and everything wasn't a negative thing in this, you know? We activated your snarky and now it's just out. I'm cool with it, Kate. And the thing is, Joe, I knew that he would do the work as soon as he accepted that he was a valid reason to do the work for. Hey, Carol. Good morning. And Joyce. Specifically, Joyce, we were talking on whether Mushu is allowed to lurk or not. The consensus being there is zero need for Mushu to lurk. But yes, I knew that as soon as he could accept himself as being a worthwhile individual, then he would move the mountains. And this last week has been a lot. There are things there that I haven't shared. I've shared where it's affected me, but there are things that I haven't shared about him. But he's moving the mountains quickly, very, very quickly. And it's good. And it's good not just because of what it means for me and my happiness, but what it means for him and his healing. I love the lurkers, I really do. Sometimes people apologize for lurking. And I really have no problem. There are times when everybody is a lurker in that moment. Like, 10, 15, 20 minutes. Like, everyone's lurking. That's fine. We're just having some downtime right now. No worries. Or we could get my brain on something like Little Jack Horner that we then have a big old conversation about. Yes, Mushu is the January person. Oh, Joe, you're so sweet. I will say the lurkers probably get more stitching done. So there is a trade-off. Now you give your 2 cents on everything. I mean, you guys basically get my $50 since I don't have to choose between typing and stitching. The diversity of the community is fantastic because then we can get the different views on the different things. I get introduced to so much because of you guys. It's great. I love it. Kristen, you have a very special circumstance where you're trying to stitch by laying on your side because you're in pain. Michelle, are you serious at 4.5%? Same as Joyce? That's funny. Today, I think it's today, is I think it's e-crafting in Colorado. She's doing a 2x2, the Etsy store 2x2 like stitch along. So Jess, Stitches of Sass, she was planning on starting a 2x2, the one with the green floss if you're in Discord. She's planning on starting it today, I think. I think it was today or yesterday. I don't remember, but it's like the same day as this stitch along is. It's like it's meant to be. You must start it now. Carol, it is my sincere hope that nobody really feels intimidated by me. That's a honest to goodness sincerity. Like, there's zero reason to be intimidated, like, at all. I do remember that you were doing that stocking. The lower light, I remember that. Good. I'm glad that that's worked out. Pauline, little baby. That's so sweet. Congratulations to her. Little babies are so cute. Oh, the topic of conversation. I can see that sometimes. I just I just hope that because we have such a range of what we'll talk about, but also kind of the level of seriousness. And so I don't know. We just do real here. That's just what we do. We do all the realness except arguing. Um, no contention, guys. I've never had to say that at all. I've never had to be like, simmer down, guys. We're not doing this. Goodness. I need to. Let's do this one. Unless it's about Narnia. I mean, you guys don't need to be contentious. Publication order is the only way to be introduced to Narnia. What is contentious about that? I think the bow tie in the walkies is my like favorite part of that pattern. I'm now trying to think of any other times that I'm like opinionated like that. Like cilantro is gross and ruins everything that it touches, and Narnia and publication order. Like those are on the same level, right? Yes. Is there a full cross versus a half cross difference going on here too? Like, Michelle, are you doing it in 10 stitch? Because that does affect the speed of working on a project. Project, yes. For Narnia or in general, Kristen? In general, yep, see, there you go. That's the difference. Full cross is always going to be slower than 10 stitching, so. In general, I am a big proponent of books first. However, there are some people who really struggle with visualizing from words. And in their cases, movies are better. But there is a difference, I think, between being lazy about visualization and their brains not being able to very well. Um, so I want to make that distinction too. Like if you're not practiced with visualizing from a book, then yeah, it's just going to be hard. But in general, if the book was written first before the movie, I think the book. I'm not like a, well, I might be more of a stickler, but there are some times when I'm like, eh. What I think is really fun, you know, The Princess Bride? I've watched the movie many, many times in my life, and I've read the book as well. And it's very funny to me that if you don't understand going into the book what you're going to encounter, then you think that you're reading an abridged version. But it's just how the book is written. Like the book is like the movie. It it's yeah. It's very funny to me. Okay, here is why I prefer book before movie. It's because the book was the original content. It's the original source. And so if that's what you encounter first, you're able to know the different nuances and situations and intent of the author. Then the movie becomes like an artistic interpretation of the book. But if you were to encounter the movie first, that becomes your original source, and then it's harder to put the book as the original source. That is a very compassionate response, Kate. That's a very beautiful response right there. There is a chance. There is always that chance. And for some people, that's fine. They're not book readers. And I don't think that there's necessarily like, it's not really a virtue to read a book, right? Like, I, someone who reads books isn't better than somebody who doesn't read books. Maybe it's the name. We just operate on that wavelength. It goes with the name. That's why there's not too many of us out there. It's a dangerous way to think, right? It's a dangerous thought process. I'm not usually disappointed in movies because of the books. Because I do see them as like an artistic expression. Um, yeah. I will get disappointed in the movies because of how they did the movies, but Delcy, really, Michelle? That's fun. Two. See, and I do think that people's, like I said, people's brains do work differently, and for um, some people, movies really are just an easier way for them to connect. But also, it can really be something in the brain and how they interpret things. I don't know how to describe that very well, but not everybody's brains work the same way, right? I have not done anything with Perks of Being a Wallflower, except know that it exists. Kate, um, I passed along your comment because I knew he had already left here when you gave it. The one where you said, "Thank you for making our girl so happy." His response is, "Hopefully, Kate knows that our girl makes me happier than I make her, but that I'm trying to close the gap." I was going to tell him the consensus is that he should not be a lurker. Most people did that with Hermione's name. So you definitely aren't alone. And Voldemort, we always say it like that, but it's French. So you wouldn't really say it like that. Oh yeah, Harry Potter reader, he's fantastic. Okay. Voldemort. Yes, French. Don't remember where I learned that from, but it's very settled in my brain that it is from years ago. Jim Dale is fantastic. I mean, nobody is going to pronounce Bellatrix any different because Americans, we rule everything. Scottish character names. Yeah, let's not even try the Scottish ones. Well, even Lestrange, like no one's going to say Lestrange anything other than Lestrange just because it's a lot harder to say it any other way, really. But even though it's an anagram, like how many people name their kids really, like in the celebrity world, how many people name their children super weird things, right? Um, or they change their names to super weird things. And that have nothing to do with their like nationality. Yeah, I have no trouble with people who say Voldemort or not. I care that Narnia is in publication order. I care significantly less with Harry Potter. One 7 0 3 1. It's Alara's fault. Cilantro's nasty. It is the worst food in existence. Okay, maybe not the worst, but it's pretty terrible. I'd rather eat dill pickles, and I don't like dill pickles. But at least it doesn't taste like soap. The Dresden Files. I haven't heard of that one. I'm getting closer, girly. I'm trying. I say I'm trying, but I'm also like clearly not that focused on just stitching. Yes, Joyce. Also, the discussions, especially. Do I dare, Alara? Discussions, especially if you're reading out loud, which is what I do with Kaylin. Nope, I refuse. You were like searching it, Alara. Nope. You Put it in Discord too. No. Nope. I think you lose the magic by doing it that way. You will not convince me otherwise. Ooh, 82%, Joe. On Evergreen. I don't think it's going to ruin your life which way you do it, but you will not convince me otherwise. Confetti is real in the scarf. I remember you saying that it was going to, at retreat, you were saying that getting down into there was going to be a lot of confetti. But that just means it's going to look so good. Is it time for a break from the little ones, girly? One, two, three, four. Come on. It's getting closer. There's still like love them, but children are children. The really nice thing about getting to her dress is that almost all the full crosses are 2 strands. Like, I won't really have to think about it. I won't have to double check constantly how many strands I need. My floss is tangled. There we go. Oh my gosh, come on. There we go. I've been thinking about what I want my next finished project to be. Because I don't know. Finishing Nomi's was so fun. And I kind of want another finish. So, girly, this is a a Dimensions gold collection kit. And they're gold collection kits. You just have to pay attention a lot because you have both half cross and full cross, and then the half crosses, like, you have to know how many strands. It could be, in mine, there's 3, 4, 5, or 6 strands, depending. So like this one is 4, but the last one I did was only 3. So you just have to like pay attention to it. So there's a part of me that is thinking, like, what if I get my next smallest piece done? It's over halfway done. Well, it's just over halfway. It wouldn't take much to finish that up. Or I could like focus on Woodland Enchantress and get that done. But I should finish the little rabbit and give that one some focus and get that one done. But like that pull to finish things. You have a new start on Monday as part of your wheel? Did you spin that? I didn't think I knew that you had a new start on your wheel if you did. If that is what it is, anyway. Oh, yeah, the reindeer. That could be a finish, too. That's true. See, that's 4 options. Joe, are you monogamously stitching on evergreen? What are your options to start, Michelle? Like, what do you have ready? Okay, yeah. So you and Joyce both monogamously stitch. I could finish. Oh, Michelle. We just did a challenge. Thing is, my smallest one it's quite small, and it really wouldn't take tons for me to get it finished, I feel like. Nothing like Nomi's. It's much less than Nomi's. You have 46 patterns and could probably start most of them. Yeah, that makes it very hard to choose which one you're going to start next, Michelle. It's not a competition, just a timeline? Okay, but timelines activate my challenge mode, because that becomes the thing. I could do that. When do you come? When do you finish your cruise? Oh, shoot, you're right. Clearly, I don't know my own schedule here. You leave on the 29th, and it's 10 days. May is Lord of the Rings. And I arrange your start in there as well. I will have to see. Okay. I don't know if I really could monogamously stitch. Um, Especially because I have my bookshelf. And I do like the variety, but I do like seeing things done. I don't know. There's a part of me that's like, ooh, let me try to monogamously stitch. However, right now because of my bookshelf. That means I would be monogamous on my bookshelf. Like I wouldn't have a choice of any other project because that one's got a firm deadline, you know? Okay, what would be the new start, Alara? Girly, I do vote for a fancy lady, by the way. Bella Filipina just released a Snow White. Ooh, Springtime Splendor? Oh. Hi, Sherry. I'm really hoping they continue on with the series just because I want to see what they're like. I I kind of I kind of am with this. I think Springtime Splendor start is a good idea. I like it. That's a good one. And Max Color too? Yes. What about afternoon is one project and morning is bookshelf? Alara, Q snaps are movable. Take out. Not your temperature one. I'm trying to think of which other ones you have in Q snaps. Leave your temperature one in the Q snap. Obviously, dragons is in Q snap. Maybe I just need an open relationship with my bookshelf. I see this. Yes, that one. The Cross Stitch Studio. Take that one off the Q snap. Yes. I knew that there was one. I was like, not the mermaid, not this. There was another one. It's that one. Take that one off the Q snap. Joe, choices are hard. I might try this in June though, because May is going to be Middle Earth Mania, so I can't start monogamously in an open relationship. Oh gosh. I am. I'm actually really liking this idea. Oh, well, good luck with that, Alara. I can't help you find that. Now is the time for Mushu to come back? He won't. He's busy. Um, but is it time for him to come back to hear me be in an open relationship? Bellatrix is a very popular one. I've seen color conversions too, and they're all lovely. Just timing the topics. I mean, if you were to ask me which one between Bellatrix and Royal Holiday, I'd pick Bellatrix. That would get my vote. And I love beading too. So, of course, I'm going to vote for any project with beading. With beads, I wouldn't. I would hesitate to even do a 32 count. Especially if it's a hand-dyed fabric. I'd say a 28 count with beads. If you go smaller, then you would need to look at a smaller size bead. And I don't know how you go about doing that, but I know that there are people who do. Is this one of the fabrics that you had cut out already, Alara? I still haven't tried a full coverage on 32 count. I have 32 count, but I haven't tried it. And I honestly forgot that I had bought 32 count. Well, on 32 count, you can still stitch your 1/1 full cross, right? I am inclined to agree with present Alara on that. Don't do that. I mean, I wouldn't call past you an idiot. But I would not do that. I'm guessing she's looking through her fabrics right now, Joe. Pastelara was ambitious. Where did you get this linen from, Alara? Mm. No wonder it was a mystery. MCG Textiles seems to have quite the problems. Because aren't they the ones that, like, a lot of their fabrics don't square up? Bad tablecloth fabric. Unfortunately, I believe you on that. I mean, I guess it's fortunate that I believe you. It's unfortunate that the fabric is like that. Yeah, like there's good things with having planned fabric because, like, you have it and you could immediately start it, but then it means that you're not left with like spare fabric. Ooh, I know. I could try to finish my smallest pad project before I start the Ranger with Chrissy. That gives me 2 weeks to finish it. And that way my number of total projects stays below 30 projects. And I kind of like that idea. Do you have another springy kind of? What about what about one of your new ones like that? Um, didn't you get like a story keep kind of one that was like beachy with the spirally shell decor? What about that one? I mean, you might still have the same like fabric problem again, but 306. Yeah, that one. Oh, is it a supersize? I forgot that you got a supersize. I just remember that it was a story cube. Yeah, that's less easy to do fabric. I'm really just like trying to finish as much of this as possible. So I'm being like more silent than I have been. Because it's so this part down here is so close. It's also very blurry. It doesn't want to unblur. Do you have fabric for your Melaganos restart? Oh, that sounds exciting. But where's the explanation? You can go your own way. Go your own way. You just found fabric for a secret stitch. So is that going to be the new start? Yep. Excellent. You already have your Q-snap. Now you found your fabric. You're ready to go. You can go your own way. Go your own way. Is Zelda also uh, Mandy Manzano? Because Tiana is Mandy Manzano, isn't she? Same artist, anyway? So not the same like artist, but the same style in that they are stained glass. You didn't start Zelda yet, right? That's one of the ones that you're considering starting soon. That's so little. 6 inches. That's so cute. This is a strange, random, like, desire to eat right now, but a sub sounds really good to eat right now. 6 by 10. So cute. I love the little things like that. Michelle, I didn't know that. Like, I feel like now I'm channeling your food, because that sounds tasty. Maybe time to finish it, Kate? I mean, if you want to. 20 years? It's about, it could be about time. I mean, that's adulthood in children. If you have it started, is it a bigger project, or like it's not gonna, like, what kind of a project is it? My oldest project is only 6.5 years, and I feel like that's definitely time to have more progress put in it. What time is it? Okay, I have like 5 minutes. 5 minutes, and then I'm taking a break. And then when I come back, do I keep working on this project, or do I switch to my chatelaine? That's the question I'm gonna have to decide during my break. Because I don't feel like switching projects during a stream. It's Autumn Water Garden. This one, I'm like in the very, very center-y. Well, I do still want, I want this background finished, especially. But then once I hit the end of the background, I don't want to keep going into the dress until I like take a picture. And yeah, I don't know. I do want to work on the shadow line though, because it has been a while. And I don't want to I don't feel like switching mid-stream, like live streaming, but at the same time, I'm okay. I suppose I'm okay doing it. I've done it before. So maybe I'll finish up the background. I think that's what I'm leaning towards, Michelle, is that I think I would prefer to have the background finished and then switch. And the background really is close to being done. Okay, this doesn't want to. There we go. I'll just prepare. I'll put that shadow lane in a Q snap so that it is ready. 16021. That's what I'll do. Blue Moroccan lace is really pretty. I think all the shadow lanes are pretty though, so. Yes. Cher, you do that too. Then I think that's what I'm gonna do. Because it's very close down here. There's just 2 colors left down here. And up here there's a little bit, but not much. Not much. It's just been a while since I've been up there, so I can't remember exactly how much, but. We can figure it out. All right, so we've hit 4 hours for a total of 16 out of 24 hours. I definitely need to go stretch now. And maybe get my puppy out before it rains. Because the sky is dark. Okay, I'll be back. It will be an hour or so. Who knows? Who knows? It'll be at least an hour probably. But I will be back. Hope to see you around. And I love you. Get all your stitching in while I'm